okay. We can use this one. I just do it. It's lower. Okay. All right. I can manage. Where's everybody? Harinam, no? Oh yeah, I saw them getting ready. Try the blue one. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopijana Vallabha Girivara Dhari Gopijana Vallabha Girivara Soranandana Bhajanjana Ranjana Yasodanandana Bhajanjana Ranjana Ramuna Tiravana Chari Jamuna Tiravana Chari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopijana Vallabha Girivara Dhari Gopijana Vallabha Yasodanandana Brajanjana Ranjana Yasodanandana Brajanjana Ranjana Jamuna Tiravana Chari Jamuna Tiravana Chari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaurabhakta Jaya Sri Krishna Shri Advaita Shri Vasari. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, oh Jaya Prabhupada. Nitai Gauda Haribo, 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 Nitai Gauda Haribo, Nitai Gauda Haribo. Nitai Gauda Haribo, 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 Nitai Gauda Haribo, Nitai Gauda Haribo, Haribo. Srila Prabhupada ki jai, jai Gaura Manandi, Hari 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 Bo, Gaura Manandi. What's happening? Prashada earlier. What's that? Oh, wow. Jai Jagannath. Me also? Me also? Okay. Oh, no, it's okay. It's okay. Yeah. I'm scared with that one because it feels like it's going to fall off. I have one. I have a newer one. So that looks like a museum copy. It should be replaced. I mean, it's good because it has a longer, bigger index. That's, Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Reading from Srimad Bhagavad-gita as it is by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami, Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Why Prabhupada doesn't have garland? They take them out earlier? Oh, okay. Jai. No, it's okay. I was just wondering. Okay, so we're going to read the famous 2.7, chapter 2, contents of the Gita summarized, text number 7. One of the most important verses. I was hearing a class from Srila Prabhupada, and he said this is a life-changing verse. Just hearing it now. Life-changing verse. Okay, so shall we do the Sanskrit, yeah? Karapanyado sapata svabhava. Karpanya doso pahata svabhava. Prichami tvam dharma samudachitaha. Prichami tvam dharma samudachitaha. Yakshayasya nischita bruhitan me. Yakshayasya nischita bruhitan me. Sisyasteham sadi mam tvam prapanam. Sisyastiteham sadi mam tvam prapanam. Last one. Karapanyado pahata svabhava. Prichami tvam dharma samudachetaha. Yakshreyasyang nischidam bruhitan me. Sisyaste hamsadi mantvam prapanam. Karabhanya doso bhavatasava. Yakshreyasyam nishchitam bruhitam me. Sisyaste hamsadi tvam prapanam. Karpanya doso pahata svabhava. Pachami tun dharma samudachita. Yakshreyasyam nishchitam bruhitam me. Sisyaste hamsadi mam tvam prapanam. Okay, so let's do word by word. Karpanya, of miserliness. Dosha, by the weakness. Upahata, being afflicted. Swabhava, characteristics. Prichami, I am asking. Tvam, unto you. Dharma, religion. Samudha, bewilder. Chetaha, in heart. Jat, what? Shreya, all good. Syat, maybe. Nishchitam, confidently. Bruhi, tell. Tat, that. Me, unto me. Shishyaha, disciple. Te, your. Aham, I am. Sadi, just instruct. Mam, me. Tvam, unto you. Prapanam, surrender. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Now I am confused about my duty, and I have lost all composure because of miserly weakness. In this condition, I am asking you to tell me for certain what is best for me. Now I am your disciple, and a soul surrendered unto you. Please instruct me. Let's repeat. Now I am confused about my duty and have lost all composure because of miserly weakness. In this condition, I'm asking you to tell me for certain what is best for me. Now I am your disciple, and a soul surrendered unto you. Please instruct me. Purport by Srila Prabhupada. By nature's own way, the complete system of material activities is a source of perplexity for everyone. In every step there is perplexity, and therefore it behooves one to approach a bona fide spiritual master who can give one proper guidance for executing the purpose of life. All Vedic literature advises to approach a bona fide spiritual master to get free from the perplexities of life, which happen without our desire. They are like a forest fire that somehow blazes without being set by anyone. Similarly, the world situation is such that perplexities of life automatically appear without our wanting such confusion. No one wants fire, and yet it takes place, and we become perplexed. The Vedic wisdom, therefore, advises that in order to solve the perplexities of life and to understand the science of the solution, one must approach a spiritual master who is in the disciplic succession. A person with a bona fide spiritual master is supposed to know everything. One should not, therefore, remain in material perplexities, but should approach a spiritual master. This is the purport of this verse. So this particular purport has 3 paragraphs. So the paragraphs are intended to be divided by topics, right? So Srila Prabhupada, following that structure, he is giving a particular topic that it's describing each paragraph. So this paragraph particularly is talking about the perplexities of life. And what's the science of the solution, Srila Prabhupada says? Or at least the activation of that science, accepting a spiritual master, someone who can teach us the solution for such perplexities. So let's read the next paragraph, but let's try to have that mental structure of what is that Prabhupada is teaching us here. So he spoke about the perplexities, he spoke about the solution, he spoke what's the first step, which is accepting a bona fide spiritual master in the line of disciplic succession. Now, Prabhupada will define what is these material perplexities. Who is the man in material perplexities? It is he who does not understand the problems of life. In the Brihat Aranyaka Upanishad 3.810, the perplexed man is described as follows: Jovaitat aksharam gargi aviditva shamal loka praitisa kripanaha. He is a miserly man who does not solve the problems of life as a human, and who thus quits this world like the cats and dogs, without understanding the science of self-realization. This human form of life is a most valuable asset for the living entity, who can utilize it for solving the problems of life. Therefore, one who does not utilize this opportunity properly is a miser. On the other hand, there is the Brahmana, right? So this is defined as the Kripana, or miserly person. Now we're going to hear about the Brahmana. Brahmana, or he who is intelligent enough to utilize this body to solve all the problems of life. So that's a nice definition. A Brahmana is someone who is intelligent enough to utilize this body to solve all the problems of life. And that's the other part of the Upanishad mantra. Ja etat aksharam gargi vidit vishmal lokat praiti sa brahmanaha. Now Prabhupada elaborates in the final paragraph about the kripanas. So in this paragraph, Prabhupada has defined, based on the Upanishad, that who is a person in perplexity, the one who doesn't solve the troubles of life, and the one who solves it, it's called Brahmana. The Kripanas, or miserly persons, waste their time in being overly affectionate for family, society, country, etc. In the material conception of life, one is often attached to family life, namely to wife, children, and other members, on the basis of skin disease. The Kripana thinks that he is able to protect his family members from death. Or the Kripana thinks that his family or society can save him or from the verge of death. Such family attachment can be found even in the lower animals, who take care of children also. Being intelligent, Arjuna could understand that his affection for family members and his wish to protect them from death were the causes of his perplexities. Although he could understand that his duty to fight was awaiting him, still, on account of miserly weakness, he could not discharge the duties. He is therefore asking Lord Krishna, the Supreme Spiritual Master, to make a definite solution. He offers himself to Krishna as a disciple. He wants to stop friendly talks. Talks between the master and the disciple are serious. And now Arjuna wants to talk very seriously before they recognize the spiritual master. Krishna is therefore the original spiritual master of the science of the Bhagavad-gita. And Arjuna is the first disciple for understanding the Gita. How Arjuna understands the Bhagavad-gita is stated in the Gita itself. And yet foolish mundane scholars explain that one need not submit to Krishna as a person, but to the unborn within Krishna. There is no difference between Krishna's within and without. And one who has no sense of this understanding is the greatest fool in trying to understand Bhagavad-gita. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. You can almost relish the pleasure of Prabhupada writing this. By the way, a note from the original disciples, Prabhupada, the early disciples. In the beginning, as you may know the story, Srila Prabhupada wrote a commentary on the Bhagavad-gita when he was in India. But that commentary was stolen. That manuscript was stolen, right? Prabhupada, as described in the Lilamrita, he was looking for the Bhagavad-gita manuscript, the commentary there, but somehow was stolen. Was lost. We say stolen, but was lost. Krishna's arrangement, we don't know. But what happens is that when Prabhupada arrived in America in 1965, and he started his preaching in 65, 66, he had no Gita, right? His commentary has been lost. But he carried a Gita that was produced by a famous scholar from India, which was known for his Sanskrit, and the translation, the word by word, etc., was correct, was accurate. That was his commentary. That was his comment, Prabhupada would say. But the commentary of this translator, right, he had a commentary there, was impersonal. Yeah? So when Prabhupada was reading these verses, he knew what this person was saying in the commentary. So what he's referring here is what that commentary, that impersonal commentary from which the Sanskrit was being read, right, was saying. Krishna says, surrender unto me. And the commentary said, no, don't surrender to Krishna. Surrender to the unborn within Krishna. Isn't it personal? The Mayavad philosophy. Krishna is a person, he's right there. So Prabhupada is saying, wow, this is such foolish comment on this. So that's why Prabhupada says, and one who has no sense of this understanding, that there's no difference between the within and the without of Krishna, is the greatest fool in trying to understand Bhagavad-gita. Right? So this is the background and why Prabhupada sometimes will comment things like that in regards of the Mayavadi philosophy and what they would say about Krishna. Okay, so this is, as Prabhupada mentioned in one of his classes on this particular verse, that this is a life-changing verse. Life-changing verse. And as we study in the Bhakti Shastra course, this is a question without a question mark, right? Because Arjuna is asking Krishna here something very specific. What is best for me? But there's no question mark, right? In the translation, if you see, there's no question mark. But the question is there. Huh? It's presented there. What is best for me? And this is an important point that will be further elaborated in the Bhagavad-gita in itself, and also in the Bhagavatam and other scriptures, right? The importance of the spiritual master. So, we are going to use a simple technique for everybody to remember some things about this verse, famous verse, crucial in spiritual life, spiritual advancement, spiritual understanding. So Srila Prabhupada used to say that whenever we read these books, if we understand at least one word, yeah, our life can be perfected. He said that not only once, several times. In fact, that statement is not that he made it up. Sometimes, people may make things up as a marketing strategy, and they will come up with maxims and, this is the real thing, or, there's the slogans that are used in marketing to attract people and say, okay, this is the best brand, or the best medicine, or the best clothes, or anything like that. But Srila Prabhupada mentioned this because one time Mother Parvati asked Lord Shiva about Lord Shiva being so amazed about the devotees being so enthralled with the teachings of the Gita. So she asked, in an innocent way, why, sometimes we may be engaged in something and somebody comes around and says, what is it that you're doing there? So focused, so absorbed. So Mother Parvati asked Lord Shiva, why is it that you are so absorbed and so taken, mesmerized by the Bhagavad-gita? So Lord Shiva, he recalled one time that Mother Lakshmi asked the same question to Lord Vishnu. How is it that you are so taken by your Bhagavad-gita, by this eternal song of God, as the translation, literal translation? So Vishnu explained to Lakshmi, and Lord Shiva repeated that explanation to Mother Parvati. And he said many wonderful things about Gita not being different from Krishna. He says, this book, it's not different from me. Right? And he gave different physical references of his body to the different chapters. Right? But the point that I wanted to emphasize is that in that explanation that Lord Vishnu gives to Mother Lakshmi and Lord Shiva repeated to Mother Parvati, he says, every word of this book, it's not different from me. Even one word. First, I think he says one verse, then half a verse, then a line, half a line. He says one word. I didn't know this, right? But when I heard Srila Prabhupada saying this for the first time a few decades ago, I thought, that sounds a little like an exaggeration or something. Yeah, it's really one word. So thousands of words, one word. But years after, when I came across Gita Mahatmya, and I kept hearing these things, and finally I was able to read it by myself, they understood Prabhupada actually is saying what Krishna said to Mother Lakshmi, and Shiva, Lord Shiva, to Mother Parvati. So one word, that is the technique that we want to emphasize. So, there are a few, all the words are important here, but in order for us to have a takeaway, as they say, right? There's takeaways. Sometimes you go and buy something, you go to Govinda's or somewhere, and then you take away. You want to eat here, they ask you, or you want to take away? So you take away. So what is the takeaway? So it's going to do something a little different here. Guna, you mind helping me here? Because I don't want to stand out, because if the streaming is happening, then we will lose the audio. It is happening. You mind just circling a couple of words? I'll tell you which ones. So it's the second word, dosho if you can just circle dosho. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Dosho. In the second line, if we can circle dharma, is the third word. And in the third line, the second word, Shreyas, but it's actually Shreyas because of the, yeah, if you can just circle that one. And in the fourth line, the first word, Sishas. Right. Okay. Thank you. So, if we can pick one word for each of the verses, then this is like in hiking. I'm not an expert in hiking, but from the little that I know, sometimes when you are climbing, or even in wall climbing, you know, when they have these little things, stumps or something, and then you grab. So in hiking, you have these hooks, and then you go and hammer those hooks onto the rock. And then they put, right, what do you call this clip, yeah, and then the rope, and then you put another one, and then it goes on like that, and then you create different points of support, right, and then you can advance like that. So some of these words, and Prabhupada uses also this technique in some of his purports. He will pick on a particular word in Sanskrit or its meaning, and then he will elaborate like that. And sometimes you may notice that he does that in sections of the chapters. Yeah? In this case, he has quoted the Upanishad. Which one is it? Brihat Aranyaka Upanishad. He talks about Brahmana and Kripana in his purport. But let's just start with that. And that he does in his class, the class that I was listening on this verse. First of all, the word dosha, dosha in this case, that it's used also in other verses. Dosha means, or Prabhupada translated here as weakness. Weakness or fault or flaw, mistake, failure of sorts, right? You are expert in English. Can you give me any? Yeah, yeah. Some deficiency, something like that. Yeah, something's wrong. So that's that, dosha. Famous verse. What's that famous verse? Dosha, Kaler dosha. Nide Raja. Kaler dosha nide Raja. This age of Kali, it's an ocean. Dosha nide. It's an ocean of faults. Kaler dosha nide Raja. I think it's up there in somewhere, 11th canto, somewhere up there. Right? Bhagavatam. I think it's Sukadeva Goswami, I think it's, right? Or is it Narada Muni? Could be. But it's to Parikshin Maharaj, but it's called Raja. So king. It might be Sukadeva Goswami of Narada Muni, one of them. Kaler dosha nidhe rajam. He says, this age of Kali is an ocean of faults, dosha. Asti hi eko mahanguna. But there is one great quality of this age. What is that quality? That kirtanat eva krishnasya, right? Mukta Sangha Samachara. Is that correct? Parambrajet. Yes, Parambrajet. So the greatest achievement that we can achieve in life, it's easily obtained in this age just by kirtana. Kirtan. So, back to our words, dosha. The second word, dharma. The Gita, the Shastras begin with the word dharma and end with the word dharma. The first words of the Bhagavad-gita, right? What's the first verse? Dharma chetre, kuruchetre. And as it is understood, what is the last word or the last instruction, the last point that Krishna makes in the Bhagavad-gita? The most famous verse, Sarvadharmam parityaja. So dharma is a crucial concept. It's one of those hooks that help us. Okay, what is dharma? Bhagavatam, right from the beginning, after the sages asked Sutta Goswami, What is the essence? In fact, they use the same word, the third word, Shreya. What is the best thing for all human beings? What's the answer that Sutta Goswami gives? Savai Pumsam Paro Dharma. So Dharma, super important. The third word, Shreya. This is one of my favorite words in the whole, range of Bhakti Shastras. Because this word, I might have heard it from somebody, maybe Buddhajan Prabhu or someone like that, experts in Shastra. And when I heard an explanation of this word, I thought, okay, this is a really good point of a hook, a reference. And then I found it. The first question that the sages of Naimisharanya ask, I think it's 119. Tatra tatra anjasa jushman. They ask, what is best for everyone? Arjuna is asking the question here, what is best for me, correct? That's the translation. The sages ask the same question, but not for me or for us. For everyone, they say. For everyone. The same word, Shreyas. So every time I find this word somewhere in the scriptures, I think, oh, this is a kind of a magic, like when the magician does some tricks and you don't see it and all of a sudden it's there, and then you hook it here, link it there, and you think, oh, this is what Prabhupada meant, the best for everyone. So Shreya is very important. Because of the sandhya or the conjunction there, it becomes the CH, so Shreyas, but it's actually the word, as you can see in the word by word, it's the transliteration is Shreyas, all good. Is also used in the, I think it's, first canto, third chapter perhaps, 40 verse, Idam Bhagavatam Namam, when the Bhagavatam is glorified. I think that word is also used in one of the characteristics of descriptions, that it's the best for everyone. Shreyas, super important. And then the final word is Sishyas, right? Sishyas. Sishyas means disciple. And disciple means discipline. That's where the word comes from. So these, shall we say, hooks are helping us to understand and go higher and higher and higher. Not only in this verse, right? But actually in all our spiritual life or our spiritual understanding or advancement. For example, the whole first canto, 19 chapters, right? 19 chapters are dedicated to this word, Sishyas, right? We may say it's also dedicated to other things, to establish Krishna, Stu Bhagavan Soyam, etc. But one of the purposes of the whole first canto is to establish the principle of Sishya. And we see several sets of Sishyas or disciples. For example, we have the sages of Naimisharanya. They are disciples or being disciples of Sutta Goswami. As Maharaj was explaining, when was it? Day before yesterday? Sukadev Goswami was presenting Bhagavatam. And even Srila Vyasadeva, who taught Bhagavatam to Sukadev Goswami, was in the audience. Narada Muni was in the audience, and so many other great sages. And Prabhupada describes them and gives a little sort of, short life sketch in the Bhagavatam, when some of the sages that were present towards the end of the first canto. So we have the sages of Naimisharanya, then we have Srila Vyasadeva as disciple of Narada Muni, chapters 4, 5, and 6. And then we have the Pandavas, right, that always disciples of Krishna, followers of Krishna. They are disciples also of other sages. It is described that when they were in the exile, some of these sages will come and instruct them and bless them like that. And particularly in that narration of the Bhagavatam, we see that they are acting as disciples, particularly Yudhishthira Maharaj, as disciples of Grandfather Bhishma. In, chapter 9, the passing away of Bhishmadev. And Bhishmadev is instructing them. Right? Even Krishna is there. He's instructing. Right? And he's describing Lord Krishna, he's describing the duties of mankind, he's giving advice and well wishes to the Pandavas, and particularly Yudhishthira Maharaj, because Yudhishthira Maharaj had won the war, and he's going to be now the ruler. So we have that instance. And then, of course, towards the end, Parikshit Maharaj will be, the disciple of Sukadev Goswami. And the last chapter of first canto, it's called The Appearance of Sukadev Goswami. Yeah? So that first canto is to help us to understand how we have to behave as disciples, right? Now, what is the verse that comes to mind when Prabhupada is talking about accepting a spiritual master? That's a famous verse. 434. Yeah? Tadvidi pranipatena. And it's interesting to see the sequence of the Bhagavad-gita, because before Krishna speaks that verse, he's actually talking about Jagya. He started talking about Jagya in chapter 3. Huh? Particularly chapter 3, text 9. You don't say it. Let's see if... You remember? Yeah. Sanskrit? Best half? Julian? You're the best half. So if he fails at something, you have to... That's why it's called the best half, right? No? Sanskrit? You know it, but you haven't... Jagya, Jagyartha, Karmanyanat. Yeah. That one. Jagyartha, Karmanyanat. So, from that point, Krishna starts glorifying Jagya, which actually, Jagya is the main theme of the Vedas. Right? Remember? When we discuss, the Vedas are mainly talking about Jagyas. Because, as he said, in the very next verse, look, this is very appealing for most people. Maybe not for you, because you are very, very advanced, but Saha Jagya Praja Shristva Puru Vacha Prajapati Atena Pravashi Syadhum Esa Vostu Ishtakhamaduk. Famous verse. In the beginning of creation, the Lord of all creatures sent forth generations of men, that is Prajapatis, right? And demigods, along with sacrifices for Vishnu, and blessed them by saying, I always thought this sounds very biblical. Be thou happy by this Jagya, sacrifice, because its performance will bestow upon you everything desirable for living happily and achieve liberation. Huh? So this topic of Jagya is actually the main content of the Vedas. Right? Throughout the Vedas, Rig Vedas, there's all hymns and incantations and sacrifices, mostly. The Upanishad are the ones that bring the philosophical aspect, right? And that's why the Bhagavad-gita is also called Gita Upanishad. It's not a marketing technique. It's because it contains the main essential essence of the teachings of the Upanishads, huh? Like that. So, back to our words, doshas. This is also in the style of, what's his name? Gana? The scientist, what do you call? Spiritual scientist? Chaitanya Charan, right? Chaitanya Charan, yeah? Spiritual scientist. I haven't got it from him, but in his style, or Keshavam, Bhagavan, Keshava Maharaj, they have this sort of a style. In one way, this verse is like a format or like a template for us to deal with perplexities. Right? If we analyze the structure of the verse, we can see that the first thing that Arjuna is doing here is accepting responsibility. Right? He's not saying because of the Kurus. He could say, right? Because of Duryodhana, or because of Dhritarashtra, or because of this one or that. He's saying, I am confused about my duty and I have lost all composure because of my silly weakness. So he's admitting that is his fault, is his flaw, is his deficiency. He's not blaming, not blaming game here. He is admitting it's my fault, it's my weakness. Is that, would you agree? Yeah? That's what Arjuna is doing. So that's, that dosha, right? I always, when I say the word dosha, I can't help to think of the tasty dosha that the devotees cook. I'm not pronouncing word properly. Yeah? But dosha means fault, right? So this is, as I was saying, is a template, is a format. Whenever we find ourselves in trouble, first we should look for our own faults. For our own, what did you do wrong? What did you do to create this situation? If it's not in this lifetime, at least philosophically, I must have done something in my previous life to deserve this situation. This injury, this heartbreak, this toothache, this whatever ache. Huh? At least philosophically, right? We should understand. So, but not start just blaming this or blaming that, blaming the government or blaming. So dosha, that's important. Dharma, here, as I said, this is a book of Dharma. This is a conversation about Dharma. What is Dharma? One of the verses in the Bhagavatam says, Vasudeva Paro Dharma. Beautiful verse. I forgot the location. Vasudeva Paraveda, that the most, the topmost benefit that we can get from the Vedas is Vasudeva, Krishna. Vasudeva Paraveda, Vasudeva Paramakaha. That the topmost result from Jagyas, it's Vasudeva. Vasudeva Parayoga, Vasudeva Parakriya, Yoga Kriya, Vasudeva Paragyana, Vasudeva Paratapa, Vasudeva Parodharmo, Vasudeva Paragati. Very poetic. That the topmost result that we can get from Dharma is Krishna. Vasudeva Paro Dharmo. Like that. So Dharma is a topic that, can be expanded very elaborately. And it's interesting how Krishna ends. I noticed this verse, sometimes it's twisted and stretched, right, by devotees. Some knowing so much, some others not knowing so much, but also they want to. The Sarva Dharmam Paritaya. And the typical question that comes when that verse is presented is, how come Krishna is saying, give up all the dharmas? Is this a book of dharma and then we have to give all the dharmas? Is that the right understanding? Right? No. The Sarva Dharmam Paritaya means the highest dharma, as Prabhupada explains, is to surrender to Krishna. And that doesn't mean that Arjuna shouldn't fight, because at some point he presents that, right? Chapter 2 and chapter 3, he's confused. Should I just live by begging? That Prabhupada explains that. And just give up my dharma. What was his dharma? To fight. He was a warrior. No? Was a warrior. So he meant to, if you're a nurse, if you're a manager, you're a business person, you're a teacher, you're whatever your dharma is, your mother, a father, a husband, a wife, whatever your dharma is, you do your dharma. Yeah? So, but the dharma connected to Krishna, then that's what it means, the Sarva Dharma. Because, actually, very interesting, again, I don't take credit. I learned this from my Diksha Gurus, Shiksha Gurus. Actually, Arjuna utilizes the way, it's here, magic. He utilizes wrongly the word dharma. In 239, he says, Kula Dharma Sanatana. He's giving an arguments to Krishna. Because of my Kula Dharma. Kula means family. Huh? Kula means family. Kula Dharma. Like that. Well, sometimes house, but house, home means family. So, Guru Kula. Huh? Kula Dharma Sanatana. My eternal family duties. Huh? Kula Dharma Sanatana. He says, with the destruction of the dynasty, the eternal family tradition, says Arjuna. That's like a trick. And then what happens, Krishna takes every argument, you know when Prabhupada says, just like a lawyer, I was just reading the other day, Prabhupada says, we need to study these books as lawyers know the Constitution or the law book. Each argument that Arjuna gives at the end of the first chapter, in the beginning of the second chapter, each of those arguments he destroys. Right? And one of the arguments is this, Kula Dharma Sanatana. That's wrong, because the family doesn't last eternally. Is that correct? Right? It doesn't last. It just lasts for X number of years, a few decades, right? And if you want to go a little bit deeper, we may say, okay, you know, according to the Vedas, it may last 7 lifetimes and things like that, but that, you know. So, the word dharma is very, very important. We need to understand thoroughly what does it really mean. What's the paradharma, not only the, you know, there are so many temporary dharmas. And then finally we have the Shreya, we spoke about that one. And Shishas, we also presented that one. So, this is the format. Whenever we find ourselves facing perplexities of life, try to see what is your fault, first of all, right? Because that's all what you can control. I use that a lot in my counseling service, right? I ask my clients, you know, what can you do to fix this? No, but she says, no, but they say, no, but... Okay, but what can you do? What can you do? I know that. I heard you for 20 minutes. I didn't interrupt. Now my question to you is what you can do in order to improve this. Talk to HR, do this, quit, blah, 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 whatever you do. So take up responsibility. So that's the first thing. Secondly, go to what is the law book. What am I supposed to do? What is my dharma in this situation? Dharman tu shakshat Bhagavat pranitam. What does Krishna want me to do? What does Prabhupada want me to do? What my guru, what the devotees want me to do? What should I do? Right? When we're perplexed, this is a very good template, format to follow. Then Shreyas, what is best for me? Not in the selfish way, but really, right? Maharaj was saying, somebody said, yes, day before yesterday. So that sounds selfish, right? Sometimes selfish has a bad connotation, right? It has a negative connotation. Don't be selfish, Prabhu. Don't be selfish. But the true meaning of the word selfish means that something is beneficial for the self, for the soul. Soulfish. That's Buddhajana Prabhu's joke. There are different types of fish. So he says, the best fish is the selfish. That's his joke. He always says. He says, I know by now nobody laughs at my joke, but I like to say it. He always says it. Selfish. Right? So what is best for me? Honestly, eternally, not only temporary, not only for the time being, for this weekend or for, but eternally. Because some things might be good for us or appear to be good for us now, but they may be very bad for us in future lives. So that's why Shreyas, it's very important to understand this deeply. And finally, Shishyas. How am I to behave like a disciple, to think as a disciple? I remember Prabhu Vishnu Prabhu. He completed here in Australia some studies, I believe. I think it's in Hindu studies, and he was studying Sanskrit. So when he was in the midst of it or about to finish, he came to Perth. And he said, because of my studies, I'm studying Sanskrit. And he was explaining that actually the meaning of dasa, like in any dictionary you would have the translation of certain words and different synonyms. And he said that he found in one of the scriptures, one of the dictionaries perhaps, Sanskrit dictionaries, the word dasa sometimes is translated as slave, right? Slave. And when I heard that, I thought, okay, with my social work background. But actually, if we read Shikshastaka, for example, right? Aslisya vapadarattam pinashtumam. Marma, you know what marma means? Marma means deadly points. Marma, the marma points in martial arts means places that if you get hit or somebody put some pressure or something, the experts know that, they can knock you out or they can kill you practically. Right? Somebody punch you in a certain place, you can die. They are the marma points. So, Ashlishya vapadaratam pinashtumam adarshanam marmahatam karotuva. You're killing me. That's what it is understood. Lord Chaitanya was saying in the mood of Radhani, you're killing me by not being present before me. But nevertheless, you are my Lord and Master, so you can do with me whatever. So he's complaining apparently, but at the same time, happily accepting that torture. Of course, we have to be careful with that one, because some people may take advantage of that, and we may say, okay, do whatever you want with me, and then we're the victims of pastoral abuse, it's called technically. So, this is some of the things that I wanted to present in regards of this verse. Now I am confused about my duty and have lost all composure because of miserly weakness. In this condition, I am asking you to tell me for certain what is best for me. We're in trouble. It's because of my doing, and now I need help. Please tell me what is best for me. Now I'm your disciple, and a soul surrendered unto you. Please instruct me. Please help me. I remember one devotee who came to South America to give some management training to the leaders in Latin America. So leaders from Mexico all the way down to Argentina came to, where was it? In Peru, I think 1993 or 94. So I was the interpreter and translating things and all the material and all the rest. And he said there are two, there's the goal question in management. He was a management consultant in America. He has his own company and all that. Proper disciple. And one golden question and one platinum question. Supposedly platinum, I don't know these things, but it's more expensive than gold. Right? So gold question and platinum question. And he was explaining about a very successful program that he had established in America. And many big companies were taking his services. And it's basically two questions. And the question is in regards of mentoring relationship. How am I doing? That was the golden question. How am I doing? Right? And the platinum question is, how can I improve? How am I doing? Okay, this is a report, things are going these are the areas, weaknesses, strengths, whatever. How am I doing and how can I improve? So this is the approach that Arjuna is having. Okay, so let's just stop here, and if there are any questions or comments or corrections, or please. Thank you.
Haribol, thank you for a lovely class, Prabhu. This is just a general comment. It was interesting, you were talking about the qualifications of a guru, tadviti pranipatena. And much of the conversation is about what's the guru's qualification, but this actually really indicates the qualification not only of a disciple, but of anyone ready to receive spiritual instruction.
Correct.
You could almost say until we're brought to our knees and we've run out of ideas and we're at a loss, we're not actually even open enough to receive guidance.
True.
So when Prabhupada uses that first verse to talk about the whole material world as a source of perplexity for everybody, sort of implied its whole job is to bring us to that position of bowing down and being ready to receive instruction from the Guru.
True.
Anyway, so that's just one of my favorite verses, because any progress I've ever made in spiritual life has been when I've been first reduced to this condition, and then Krishna comes through. Krishna, when we're ready, when we're that open to receiving guidance, no shortage of guidance.
It's true. And I think that that's when spiritual life begins, when we really don't have anything else to say but, Krishna, please help me. And I remembered in the good old Back to Godheads, there was a section in the middle that it was titled, How I Came to Krishna Consciousness. And as soon as I got my hands onto one Back to Godhead, I will immediately go there. I'll read amazing stories how every devotee pretty much came to this conclusion, and that's when their life changed. And that's why Prabhupada said this. He said it, I heard it today. This is a life-changing verse. Because it's true, when we come to that point, I don't want to spoil the atmosphere, but like Sylvester Stallone would say, when life brings you to your knees, in one of his lines, this movie or something, I remember famous. That's when you really understand what you're made of, Thank you very much for your time. Thank you for the invitation, for the Gita. We're trying to establish Gita, or re-establish. Prabhupada did Monday, Wednesday, Friday. So now we have Monday, Tuesday, Thursday. So that's good.
Just another thought as
Please.
well. So Arjuna's qualification to receive the instruction, now I'm a soul surrendered unto you, ready to do your bidding.
Mm-hmm.
So that, again, readiness to accept the instruction is also a qualification for being eligible to actually receive the message. There's
amazing.
So much in this verse.
Amazing. Bhagavad-gita is so exciting. It's the most exciting book that I ever read. When I read this, I finished it after 4 days. It was a long weekend. It was election day. And my best friend had joined, and he came and gave me the abridged version of Surely, one of the edited versions or whatever, in Spanish. So it was an abridged version, And I read it in 4 days. Before that, I was convinced there's no God. I was very influenced by one teacher of economics, Marxism. There's no God. I'm just going to enjoy and have it good. I read the book for 4 days, and after the 4th day, I remember closing the book, and I thought, oh, damn, God exists. Krishna is God, and I'm his servant. I'm doomed. My life is finished. My plans are ruined. What am I going to do? 4 days, I was just wrestling with Prabhupada and every argument. In fact, every time I read the word God, I had a trick. I would jump. I wouldn't read the word God. But Prabhupada doesn't say God. He says the supreme personality of God. It was like a triple jump, And I was just avoiding. But he defeated me. I thought, okay, this is it. We have to surrender. And here we are. Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Bhagavad-gita ki jai, Gaur Pramanandi, Hari 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 Hari. Kula Dharma Sanatana. Yeah. I'm just going to want to turn it off.
Bajahure mana Sri Nanda Nandana Abhay Charanar Pindore. Bajahure mana Sinanda Nandana Abhay Charanar Pindore. Bajahure mana Sinanda Nandana Abhay Charanar Pindore. Dulabha manava janama satsange. Dulabha manava janama satsange. Taroho e bhava sindhure. Taroho e bhava sindhure. Bajahure mana Sinanda Nandana Abhay Charanar Pindore. Bajahure mana Sinanda Nandana Abhay Charanar Pindore. Sito atapa bata barisana edina jamini jagire. Sito atapa bata barisana edina jamini jagire. Bifale se binu Kripana dujana bifale se binu. Kripana dujana bifale se binu. Kripana dujana bifale se binu. Kripana dujana chapal sukalaba lagire. Chapala sukalaba lagire. Bajahure mana Sinanda Nandana Abhay Charanar Pindore. Bajahure mana Sinanda Nandana Abhay Charanar Pindore. Edana Jovana Putra Parijana Hite ki ache parati tire. Edana Jovana Putra Parijana Hite ki ache parati tire. Kamala dala jala Jivana talamala. 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 Bajahu haripada nitire. Bajahu haripada nitire. Bajahure mana Sinanda Nandana Abhay Charanar Pindore. Bajahure mana Sinanda Nandana Abhay Charanarabindode. Sravana Kirtana Smarana Vandana Pada Sevana Dasyare. Sravana Kirtana Smarana Vandana Pada Sevana Dasyare. Pujana Sakhidana Atma Nivedana. Pujana Sakhidana Atma Nivedana. Pujana Sakhidana Atma Nivedana. Pujana Sakhidana Atma Nivedana. Govinda Dasa Obhila Sire. Govinda Dasa Obhila Sire. Pajahure Manasi Nanda Nandana Abhay Charanarabindode. Pajahure Manasi Nanda Nandana Abhay Charanarabindode. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. So we're going to do arti. You might like to stand and dance. If you want to follow the song, it's on the orange sheets. It's a Bengali song for beautiful melody, and eventually it will become Hare Krishna. Jiva Jaya Jaya Gaura Chande Arati Shobha Jaya Jaya Gaura Chande Arati Janavi Tatovane Jagamana Lopha Jiva Dokhine Nitai Chan Pame Godata Nikate Adaita Srini Vasu Chatra Dada Ivo Bosi Ache Gaurachan Ratna Singho Sane Arati Kaurin Brahma Adideva Gane Nara Hare Hare Kori Chamara Dhulaya Nara Sanjaya Mukunda Basu Gosadigaya Diva Sankar Bhaje Ganta Bhaje Bhaje Kado Tala Madhura Midanga Bhaje Paramarasala Sanka baje, ganta baje, mathur madhur, mathur baje. Sanka baje, ganta baje, mathur mathur madhur baje. Sanka baje ganta baje mathur madhur madhur baje. Sanka baje ganta baje mathur madhur madhur baje. Madhur 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 baje. Madhur 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 baje. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Hi Baba Ho Kote Chanda Jini Vadana Yudana Gala de se vanno malo Kore jala mala Shiva Shiva Sukha Narada Premi Gado Gado akati binoda dekhe gaurara sampada Jaya Jaya Gaura Chande Arutika Shobha Jana Vitaka Bani Jagamana Lobha Gaurange Arutik Shobha Jagadanno Vanalobha Gaurangera Rutik Shobha Jagadanno Manalobha Gaurangera Rutik Shobha Jagadanno Manalobha Gaurangera Rutik Shobha Jagadanno Manalobha Jagadanno Manalobha Jagadanno Manalobha Nitai Gaura Haribo Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Haribo 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 Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatyanesha Narine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Jai Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jai Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nitai Gauranga Jaya, Nitai Gauranga. Jai Satchinandana Gaura Hari. Nitai Gauranga Jaya, Nitai Gauranga. Jaya Satchinandana Gaura Hari. Nitai Gauranga Jaya Gaura Hari. Gaura Hari 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 Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Jai Sri Sri Radha Govardhana Hari ki jai. Sri Sri Krishna Balaram ji ki jai. Giriraj Govardhana Hari ki jai. Sri Sri Gaunitai ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Samaveto Bhakta Vrinda ki jai. Gaur Premanande Hari Hari Go. Namaste Nara Singhaya. Namaste Nara Singhaya. Pralada Lada Daine. Pralada Lada Daine. Hiranyakoshi Purvaksaha. Hiranyakoshi Purvaksaha. Silatankana Kalaye. Silatankana Kalaye. Ito Nrsimha Parato Nrsimha. Ito Nrsimha Parato Nrsimha. Yato yato yami tato nrsimha. Yato yato yami tato nrsimha. Mohin Singha Hridayen Singha. Mohin Singha Hridayen Singha. Singham Dingsanu Nang Prapade. Narasingham Dingsanu Nang Prapade. Tava Karakamala Bade Nakam Adbhuta Sringa Dalita Hiranakashipu Tanubhringam Keshavadita Nadahari Rupa Jai Jagadhiza Hare Jai Jagadhiza Hare Jai Jagadhiza Hare Avakara Kamala Bhare. Tavakara Kamalavade Nakamadbhuta Sringa Dalita Hiranakashipu Tanubhringam Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadhiza Hare Jai Jagadhiza Hare Jai Jagadhiza Hare Tavakara Kamala Vare Nakamadhuta Sringa Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Bhakti Vigna Vinasan Sri Nrsimhadev Bhagavan ki, Bhaktaraj Prahlad Maharaj ki, Jai Srila Prabhupada ki, Shamaveto Bhakta Vrinda ki, Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubheva cha, Patitanang Pavanebhyo Vaishnavibhyo Namo Namah. Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda ki jai.